Day first back here in the garage area, an opportunity to catch up with Pippa Mann, of course, driving the number 63 Susan G. Komen Honda for Dale Coyne Racing. Didn't hear from you yesterday. Wanted to check in, see how you're doing.
I'm doing good. You know, it's terrible for the guys. It's such a massive amount of work, but hopefully we'll have a car to shake down tomorrow night before the day ends, so that would be a good thing. And, you know, people keep asking me how I'm doing today. I appreciate it. I'm so grateful. I'm fine. I just got in a bit of a fight with the wall yesterday, and apparently I lost.
Sometimes that happens around here.
Apparently so, yeah.
What did happen coming through turn 4 yesterday?
So it actually started all the way back in turn 3. My spotter warned me the big pack was checking up, and I saw that, so I bailed out of throttle through 3. Then between 3 and 4, I saw them take off again, so I rolled back into throttle. However, I was entering 4 and had sightline. There was a big checkup going on. So at that point, I was just into the brakes. Apparently, the data says I was actually doing stuff right, which was, you know, on and off the brakes, sort of acting like ABS, trying to stop the car from going around. And I thought I was going to end up with pancaked right sides, which would have been a pain. But, you know, at the last minute, unfortunately, the front end of the car just hooked, and that was that.
Obviously, the Coyne guys, we look in the garage. They've got the parts all laid out. Looks like he'll be out maybe tomorrow on Fast Friday Day.
We're very hopeful. We're hopeful that we're going to get to shake down the car and do a run on Fast Friday tomorrow before we get to qualifying. That's our plan. Apparently the Indiana weather might have other plans, but that's our plan.
You can only plan for so much, you know, sometimes.
There are a few things in this business that are occasionally out of your control.
Looking ahead to qualifying, though, what did you see in the car, your setup and whatnot that maybe you liked?
You know, that's a really tough thing, is we felt like we were running really well, and this might have been an opportunity to qualify in the top 20 or the top 15 this year. And now, you know, we've kind of had to shelve those plans because the most important thing is to put the race car back together, put me back in it as the driver, go out there and just get safely in the show.
Great to see you. Great to see you're doing okay. The guys are working hard back there, and we can't wait to see you back out on the track.
Thank you very much.
Pippa Mann back here in Gasoline High. We're going to see her out there tomorrow.
Once again, good morning from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We are very glad you have joined us today for another round of practice, the final day of practice before the boost is increased and drivers and teams begin working on a qualifying setup. We'll probably see today again race day setups being tested. That means sometimes long lines of drafting and some real exciting activity on the racetrack. Yesterday, Carlos Munoz topped the 230-mile-an-hour barrier with a speed of 230.121. Second quick was Townsend Bell, then Tony Kanaan, James Davison, and Sage Karam. Now, when we go qualifying on Saturday, the drivers will really be shooting for a top 9 in terms of speed because that will put them in the Fast 9 on Sunday. And again, this year we are getting from timing and scoring not only speeds that include a draft or a tow, but those that do not have an aerodynamic advantage. And the fastest car yesterday without a tow was Scott Dixon. Second was Ed Carpenter. Third, J.R. Hildebrand. Fourth, Simon Pagenaud. And fifth was Townsend Bell. We've heard from Pippa Mann this morning. She was involved in a crash up in turn number 4 yesterday. And, of course, Helio had a scary crash down at the south end of the racetrack. But later in the afternoon, Helio in a backup car came out and turned a lap at almost 227 miles an hour. A lot of activity back in Gasoline Alley. The track will open for practice in about 13 minutes. Thanks for joining us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And another scary incident occurred the day before yesterday, and that's when Simona de Silvestro's car caught fire. A very scary-looking incident. Dave First is standing by with Simona.
Dave First back here in the garage area alongside Simona de Silvestro. Guess what? We're going to see her back out here this afternoon to get back up to speed after what happened, the fire the other day. Cars back together, though. Crew did a great job, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They really got it fixed pretty quickly, and it's really cool to be back out on track today. So we missed yesterday, but yeah, Andretti team did an awesome job.
Yeah, you lose a day yesterday, so what's the plan today then?
Well, it's we have to try a few things. We haven't run that much in traffic, so I think that's going to be the key to us, is kind of run as much in traffic as we can. And lean a little bit on, what the teammates did yesterday. Unfortunately, nobody's really right where they want to be, so it's kind of like we can't really pick, okay, that's what we're going to do. So we're still trying a lot of things, but hopefully we'll be pretty comfortable at the end of the day.
I'm assuming that's the great thing about having a 5-car team is you got some people working on one thing and other guys are working on other things, and there's a lot of information you guys can share.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's great. And even, if you have a setback like we did, the development still evolves and still continues, so it's not just stuck there on you. And I think that's a cool thing, and yeah, it's special to be part of a team like this, and hopefully we're going to be really fast today.
And oh, by the way, your teammate Carlos Munoz went up over 230 miles an hour. Had a big tow, big draft, but still, the speed's going to be there, looks like.
Yeah, he had a perfect lap, I would say, and it's awesome,
How many cars was he following at that point?
It was funny because I looked up and I was like, whoa, that's really quick. And yeah, I think he just was out there at the right time, but yeah, car seems pretty good. How they started and how they ended. I think he was pretty happy with it. So now we just have to get close to that also.
All right. So when can we see you? I'm looking at my watch right now.
Yeah, I think pretty soon. I think 12:15, 12:30 we should be out there doing an install and then go out there and have fun.
We'll see you in just a bit.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, Simona de Silvestro back here in the garage area, guys. Great to have a former Indy 500 champion back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Buddy Lazier, we expect to see you out here later this afternoon. What's the time frame on this, you think, buddy?
Well, I mean, we're running the Chevy Short program, so we could just start today, and we weren't ready till today anyway. So, no, we just plan on going and kind of getting a feeling where we're at and starting the process. So, certainly some running today.
Obviously, time's of the essence to get you out there and then get some track time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenging as a small team, but we're going to take what we have and make the best of it, and always look forward to being here.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you out there. What has changed since from last year to this year?
Well, the aero kits is a big
change.
Yeah, and when you have multi-car teams, there's a lot of information that can go from car to car. As a one-car team with a late start, that's going to be our big challenge. Finding what it likes, what the new aero package likes.
I'm assuming you're kind of easing into this a little bit.
I would hope so. So easing in, but don't have a lot of time. So it's just we try to make as few mistakes as possible. Just
looking at the competition around this year, is difficult as ever, or what?
Oh yeah, I think it's an amazing field and really competitive. So that makes you want to be a part of it even more. So I think the IndyCar series is just taking off, and it really looks great. So.
Short program, Fast Friday tomorrow. They up the boost then you got to qualify. This is going to happen quickly.
Yeah, it's happening really quick for us. So we just need to be on our game.
Great to see you back, and have a great day today, okay?
Thank you.
Buddy Lazier, 96 champ. We'll see him out here later this afternoon.
Great to see Buddy back with us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He has 18 starts here at the Indianapolis 500, and as Dave said, he was the winner of this race back in 1996. Driving for Newgarden Racing, started in the third row and took the checkered flag first. Well, we're just about 5 minutes or a little less than that from opening the track here for practice. Again, the track remains open until 6 o'clock tonight. And we will be here with you throughout the day, updating you on what's happening, some of the speeds that are being achieved. Lots of cars have been taken out of Gasoline Alley and are being positioned on pit lane. Justin Wilson's car going by us. Here comes Brian Clausen's car going toward the south. Brian driving the number 88 car this year for Jonathan Bird. All right, we will stand by and let you know when we're about to go green. Track is available for all cars. Only 63 degrees at the moment, a little breezy down here, and the track temperature is 84 degrees. Looks like the wind is pretty much from the east this morning. Nitro, thank you. Good job. And Marco Andretti goes on to the 2.5-mile oval. Marco Andretti, our number 27. There's an onboard camera with Marco. You could almost get dizzy watching that, but it is a 360 for sure, a 360 view from Marco Andretti's car. Carlos Munoz had the fastest speed yesterday. Only driver above 230 miles an hour so far. He's getting strapped in his number 26 for Andretti Autosport. He'll be out soon. Gabby Chavez in car number 98 is also on pit lane. Track for Marco at 2:17.7. Ryan Hunter-Reay's car is being brought out to his pit box. And again, the Townsend Bell crew doing some pit stop practice. Tristan Vautier, car 19, goes back onto the track. He had a couple of laps at slow speed a while ago. Again, he will qualify that 19 car this coming weekend. It will be driven in the race by James Davison. ran in the 500 in 2013 for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports. Started 28th and finished 16th. Tristan Vautier, very consistent laps, right around 215. 215.002 is best of the 12 that he has run. Stefano Coletti looks like he is getting prepared to go out. Ryan Hunter-Ray goes on to the track for the first time today. Brian Clausen, number 88, onto the track. Ryan Hunter-Ray, the first to go more than 220 this morning, 220.167, or this afternoon, I should say. Tristan Vautier, 19, is on a refresher course, and he is turning some very, very consistent laps. They have varied only just slightly, right around that 2:15 mark. So he has completed the second phase of his refresher test. There are 3 phases, and the third phase will be 15 laps above 215. Ryan Hunter-Ray goes 221.199. 221.199. Clausen over 220, 220.1. Ryan has not raced here at the 500 the last 2 years. He did in 2012, driving for Sarah Fisher Hartman Herb Agajanian. Started 31st and finished 30th, dropping out with mechanical failure. Stefano Coletti, car number 4, goes on to the racetrack. That car entered by KB Racing Technology. He's a rookie here at the Speedway, has competed in all of the IndyCar Series races so far this year. Carlos Huertas is also on the track in the team car to the one that Vautier is driving, car number 18. And Huertas goes above 221, almost 222. That's the fastest lap so far, 221.920. Carlos Huertas. Sebastian Bourdais, only his second lap around the track, has exceeded the 220 mark. And now Huertas goes even faster at 222.413. Yellow flag, yellow flag. And we are down for a few moments for a track inspection. Sebastian Bourdais just turned fastest lap of the day, 225.875. So here is the way they stack up now with the track inspection about to get underway. Bourdais with the fastest, 225.875. Carlos Huertas, car number 18, 222.413. Ryan Hunter-Reay, car 28, 221.199. Car 4, Stefano Coletti, 220.655. The 88 of Brian Clausen, 220.570. Justin Wilson next, just shy of the 220 mark. Munoz at 219.5. Vautier at 217, almost 218. Marco Andretti has been out at 217, and James Jakes at 213. So we'll inspect the track here and get it ready to go in just a moment. Stay with us, and thank you for joining us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today.
feeling strange, never gonna be the same. Makes you wonder how the world keeps turning alive. Learning how to live my life, learning how to pick my fights, take my shots while I'm still burning. Goodbye to all those rainy nights. Goodbye, so long, I'm moving on. Had enough of crying, bleeding, sweating, dying. Hear me when I say I wanna live my life every day. I'm gonna touch the sky and I
3 minutes before we go back to green.
every day.
One minute. And the green flag waves. We are back to practice. Munoz and Wilson go out right behind each other. 7 car of James Jakes looks like it is ready to go in a moment. Brian Clausen also returning to the track in car 88. Sebastian Saavedra also on the track. That's who we follow on the video boards. It's car 17. That was Munoz's fastest lap of the day, 2:22.9. James Jakes jumps to 2:23.032. Munoz up to 2:24. Saavedra near 2:23. Right here is what we refer to as a draft or a tow. Carlos Munoz running behind Sebastian Vedra is close enough that he will get a bit of a boost. That speed he just turned in, talking about Munoz, second quick at 2:24 is actually the 8th fastest without a tow. And Munoz with the tow is the first to exceed 226. Compare that to Saavedra, although he leads Munoz, only ran at 2:24 that lap. James Jakes returns to the pit area after a solid 2:23.3. Sage Karam in car number 8 is on the racetrack and has moved up to third. 224.175. Joseph Newgarden is on the racetrack at 221.9. Newgarden 21, Karam 8. And Karam moves to P2. 225.8 for Sage. Newgarden up to 6th at 222.8.
Bob, we were talking earlier with Dario Franchitti before practice started here this afternoon, and Dario is kind of helping Sage Karam get through the month of May, a driver's coach, if you will, and he was hoping that Sage was going to get a lot of time out on the speedway all by himself, getting out there, making some mock qualifying runs, and see what they could do without the help of a tow or without the help of a draft. So interesting to see how that plays out here this afternoon. Sage Karam, he's been the top 6 pretty much every day out here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
You're right, and I think that really, especially beginning tomorrow when they will be in trim, if you will, for qualifying with the extra boost and so forth, these drivers are not going to want to be close to anybody else and get the tow. They're going to want to see what they can do when they do go on the track for qualifying by themselves.
Of course, the problem is everyone's going to be out there doing the same thing, so how do you separate yourselves from everyone else? That's going to be key.
Yep. Newgarden up to 5th at 223.6. The difference between Carlos Munoz at 226.085 and Karam second at 226.059 is 45 ten-thousandths of a second.
Did you time that yourself?
I used my stopwatch here. It's very accurate. Now, Sage Karam's second fastest on the board, 226.059, was done without a tow, so that's the fastest speed without any aerodynamic advantage. And Karam comes back into the pits as we continue to look at Stefano Coletti. Wouldn't you like to have somebody like Dario Franchitti helping you? Noticed also that Ari Lyondike is helping Brian Clausen find his way around the speedway. So some veterans who have run here but retired are still very active at the speedway.
I'll take it a step further. Buddy Rice is helping out J.R. Hildebrand out here. Good to see Buddy Rice back at the speedway, another former champion.
Hildebrand has run very well in the practices so far. He's just coming into the pits once again. Charlie Kimball is on the speedway. Ed Carpenter, car number 20. Now we have 3 of the Andretti Autosport drivers leaving the track or leaving the pit area for the track. Could see them hook up in a draft. Simona de Silvestro, with whom Dave talked earlier, is also out there in number 29. Simona at 2:17. Charlie Kimball up to fourth fastest, 2:25.4. And there goes Marco Andretti. So we have Andretti Autosport well represented on the racetrack. Ryan Hunter-Reay at 225 miles an hour, fifth fastest. Charlie Kimball goes to the top. Kimball in number 83 turns the fastest lap so far at 226.2. And we're on board with him as he motors down the backstretch. Right there are the four Andretti cars, and right behind is the fifth. Marco trying to catch up. That is Simona, Munoz, Wilson, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and here comes Munoz to the inside.
Safe to say they are not working on qualifying setup.
That is correct. James Jakes is running by himself and is now sixth at 224.3, but third quick without a toe.
I have to say, Bob, I like these onboard shots we're getting from these cars. This used to be something we weren't watching until maybe Carb Day, but to have this technology on a Thursday here at the Speedway and to see it up on these beautiful new high-definition video boards is spectacular.
And you know, the thing that I notice more than anything when we have a shot like this is how easy it looks. No, thank you.
It tells me it's not that easy.
Yeah. That gray car back there at the back of this line is James Jakes. J.R. Hildebrand goes 8th quick at just over 224 miles an hour. Justin Wilson's best lap, 223 and a half. Ed Carpenter, as you can see, is in that group. Jakes at 225.6, car 7. Without a tow. Justin Wilson into the top 10, over 225. Wilson is in the tow, however, and that is actually the 12th fastest without the tow. Carpenter passing Munoz. And Carpenter goes to the top of the board. 226.4 miles an hour, but that was when he was right behind Munoz. So that is a tow lap. 8th fastest without a tow. Four drivers over 226, led by Carpenter. Kimball second, Munoz and Karam. Then just shy of 226 is Sebastian Bourdais, Hunter Ray, James Jakes. Hildebrand, Hinchcliffe, and Wilson complete the top 10. Now Ryan Hunter-Ray is right behind Munoz. Kanaan is also on the track, car 10.
Graham Rahal right now up on the video boards at number 15, bright red Steak and Shake Honda. Graham Rahal just turning his first few laps here this afternoon. Graham Rahal, the number 15. Talking with Rahal before practice began this afternoon. He's one of the guys that was hoping to get out there by himself and get into that qualifying trim and set up and just test what he was able to do out there in the number 15. So you'll see Graham out there a lot this afternoon trying to work all by himself to see what they have. Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, see what they have for qualifying this weekend. Another onboard shot there with Graham as he makes his way down the front stretch. Beautiful looking shot there, Graham Rahal. Couple drivers that we expect to see very soon out on the race course as their cars have made their way out to pit road. That includes Helio Castroneves, Scott Dixon as well. Oriol Serbia driving second machine for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. Expect to see Oriol out here momentarily. Tony Kanaan with a big jump in speed that last time by. 2013 Indy 500 champion TK, 225.9 miles an hour. TK now up into the top 5 in that number 10 machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. Graham Rahal back on pit road after turning several laps out there all by himself. Graham Rahal back on pit road. Graham Rahal comes in, and his teammate Oriol Servia goes out. Oriol Servia, that bright yellow number 32 machine. Oriol Servia out there. Like the CFH teammates, all three of them are lined up working together out there. Joseph Newgarden, a good look there on the video boards at Ed Carpenter, and then further back the number 6 machine of J.R. Hildebrand, all working together heading into turn 1. Yellow flag, yellow, yellow. Caution is out. Track inspection. Track inspection here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Take a look at some debris out there on the race course. So a brief stoppage in action out here. Real quick look now at the top 5. Ed Carpenter, who, as mentioned, was just out there running with his teammates, and J.R. Hildebrand and Joseph Newgarden. Carpenter right now leading the way in this practice session this afternoon. 226.4, his best speed today. 226.4 for Ed Carpenter. Sage Karam, second quick right now. He was just out there moments ago. Sage Karam. Charlie Kimball in the number 83 machine, Sage's teammate for Chip Ganassi Racing. Then Carlos Munoz, fourth quick at the number 26. And Tony Kanaan, another Chip Ganassi teammate out there in the number 10. He is fifth quick. 4 Chevys and a Honda. Carlos Munoz representing the folks at HPD and Honda Performance Development in there in the top 5. Of course, Carlos popped off at 2:30 yesterday, if you were with us, late in the afternoon session. A 2:30 for Carlos Munoz yesterday. We'll see if they can approach anything like that here today. Caution is out. Track inspection here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Kick up the dirt at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Firestone presents live in concert, Florida Georgia Line. Thomas Rhett and Frankie Ballard the night before the Indy 500. Saturday, May 23rd at 3 p.m. Tickets are just $40 and kids 3 and under get in free. Saturday, May 23rd at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Florida Georgia Line. Tickets on sale now. Go to ins.com/FGM or call 800-822-4639.
Chevy Colorado. When you find new roads, you win Motor Trend's Truck of the Year. How close can you get to the driver's seat? The speed gives you chills. Every turn gives you a minute. 70 seconds is the last thing on anybody's mind. That's why Verizon is bringing you unlimited on-device technology, offering new ways to drive which is technology every turn. IndyCar cameras, real-time dashboards, and live-fit communication. Because watching IndyCar with anything less means settling for second best. Download the IndyCar 15 app free on the nation's largest, most reliable network, Verizon.
Yellow flag once again up, which means we're just a couple of minutes away from going green as practice resumes. Just a couple of minutes away from the return of practice. 1 minute. 1 minute away from the practice beginning. Just a minute away. Back to green. Tom Hansing, green flag. And practice resumes on this Thursday at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, that flash of red and white leading this long line of cars around the speedway is, of course, the number 3 machine driven by Helio Castroneves. Helio back out on the race course. Installation lap. He's coming right back in. They'll do a leak check on the number 3 machine for Team Penske, but how about great to see Helio Castroneves back out on the race course. Carpenter that time by, up over 225 miles an hour. Two-time defending pole winner for the Indy 500, up over 225 miles an hour that last time by. Teammates going side by side heading into turn 1. Somebody had to give, and that time it was Marco Andretti. Marco Andretti and Ryan Hunter-Reay going side by side there briefly heading into turn 1. And Ed Carpenter up over 227.422. So Ed Carpenter up over 227 miles an hour. Ed Carpenter up over 227. Fastest of the day, Ed Carpenter, CFH Racing. Ed Carpenter, fastest of the day, 227.422 miles an hour. Looks like Ed coming down in the cool down lane right now. So Ed Carpenter pulls off the racetrack along with his teammate of the number 21, Joseph Newgarden. So a nice little showing there from Ed and CFH Racing. Of course, Fuzzy's Vodka on the side of Ed Carpenter's car once again this year. Ed Carpenter up over 227. That the driver, the current driver of the number 19, Tristan Vautier, has completed all the phases of his refresher course for the Verizon IndyCar Series. So Tristan Vautier, good to go now the rest of the day. Of course, he is driving and getting the car ready for James Davison, who is now in Canada driving in a sports car event north of the border. We expect to see James Davison back at the number 19 come Monday when practice gets underway. Really that final free day of practice before Carve Day, a week from tomorrow. But James Davison will be in the number 19 come race day. Tristan Vautier will be in it for the remainder of the weekend, through the weekend, and qualify the number 19 for Dale Coyne Racing. But nice little taste there for Tristan Vautier in the number 19. He's good to go now, completing that refresher course here at the Speedway. Back on pit road. Sage Karam in that number 8. Still second quick so far today. Sage Karam, 226.3. His best speed today. He did that all by himself. No toe on that 226. So very impressive lap there for Sage Karam. Castroneves also back on pit road. Helio Castroneves back on pit road. And Scott Dixon out there with a quick install lap, so his crew will have a good look over on that machine, the number 9, Target Chip Ganassi Racing. Expect to see Scott Dixon back out there momentarily, ripping off some big speeds, undoubtedly. Townsend Bell heading back out to the race course. Townsend Bell in that Robert Graham livery. Great looking paint job. Number 24 machine for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing. Townsend Bell heading back out there. We're following Justin Wilson as well for Charlie Kimball. And the number 83 machine, Charlie Kimball. Up around 226 miles an hour that last time by. Let's see what Charlie can do. Number 83 machine, Chip Ganassi Racing. Kimball, as you can tell, all by himself out there, undoubtedly making a bit of a mock qualifying run. So far, he's third quickest among those who have been out and did not have the help of a tow or a draft out there. Charlie Kimball, third quick without the draft, 225.6 miles an hour. Townsend Bell trying to qualify this weekend for his 9th Indy 500. Best finish back in 2009. We finished 4th for KV Racing Technology. Well, we all thought he was going to have a shot at it last year for KV as well before that accident on lap 191. Brought out that red flag last year, eventually leading to Ryan Hunter-Reay's trip to victory lane here at the Speedway. Townsend Bell, he's back. Huertas out there, and the number 18 for Dale Coyne Racing. Huertas, a rookie last year, started 21st, finished 17th. Carlos Huertas back for Dale Coyne this year at the Speedway, 21st quick right now. His as he works his way up to speed. 219 that last time by, 219.5, 222 his best speed so far today. Scott Dixon out there cranking it up. Scott Dixon, 226 miles an hour. 226 miles an hour for Scott Dixon that time by. 226.342. And he's out there by himself as well. Second quickest among those without a tow or a draft so far today. So Scott Dixon out there all by himself, second quick. Faster still for Scott Dixon. That number 9 machine, Scott Dixon, now 226.4. 226.466 miles an hour. Scott Dixon now up on the video board. Just a tad faster that time by Scott Dixon. Definitely making a mock qualifying attempt right now. 226.8 for Scott Dixon, 226.821. The former Indy 500 champion as he pulls it on to the cool down lane. Scott Dixon, 3 very quick laps out there on the 2.5 mile oval. Takuma Sato out there now in that red, white, and blue number 14 machine for A.J. Foyt Racing. There he is on the front stretch, Takuma Sato. Following Marco Andretti around the race course up on the video boards. Marco making his way through the south end. Now through turn 2 as he heads to the backstretch. Marco that last time by 222.9 miles an hour. 222.9 that time for Marco Andretti, and Helio Castroneves back out on the race course. Helio back out on the race course. Castroneves 224.3 miles an hour as he crossed the yard of bricks. So Helio cranking it up, see if he can get back to where they were a couple of days ago, leading the speed chart here at Indianapolis. Helio Castroneves back out on the front stretch now. Let's see what he does. 223.8 that time for Helio. 223.899 for the number 3 machine for Team Penske. Still hovering around that 223.1 or 3 area. Helio Castroneves, 223 miles an hour. And that 3T backup car for Roger Penske and Helio Castroneves. Quite a story, obviously, yesterday for Helio. After the accident, hopped back in that machine with about 15-20 minutes remaining in practice. Like when they rolled out to pit road, he was met with a standing ovation. Great scene there yesterday as Helio hopped back in the car. 223.2 that time by for the 3T. 223.243 that time for Helio Castroneves. Getting a look at Connor Daly right now in the number 43 machine. Smithfield Foods on the side of that for Schmidt Peterson Motorsports. Here he is. Connor Daly on the front stretch heading into turn number 1. Connor just getting up to speed, 221 miles an hour. for the Noblesville native, Connor Daly. And Helio makes his way back to pit road. Penske pit stalls toward the south end of the speedway. Helio Castroneves now back to his pit stall there in the south end. Nice little run for Helio. Fastest at 224.3 miles an hour with that 3T. 24.3. The fastest in that brief stint for Helio. Simon Pagenaud out there turning his first few laps of the afternoon. Simon Pagenaud in the number 22. Now back on the backstretch at the Speedway. Pagenaud just getting up to speed. Team Penske, they are loaded for bear this May, aren't they? With Pagenaud, Juan Pablo Montoya, Helio Castroneves, and Will Power. Simon Pagenaud jumps up to 15th quick on the speed chart, 224.8 miles an hour that time around. Simon Pagenaud up over 224 miles an hour. Well, and just like that, Simon Pagenaud has the fastest speed of the day. Simon Pagenaud, fastest of the day, 227.6 miles an hour. 227.628 for Simon Pagenaud, the number 22. Here he comes back around through turn 4, back onto the front stretch. Here's Simon Pagenaud. Not quite as fast, but still up over 227 miles an hour. 227.443 that time for Simon Pagenaud. Simon steadily in the 227-mile-an-hour range. That time at 227.5. Simon Pagenaud. Consistency the key right now for the 22. And he's doing all this, by the way, essentially by himself. He is quickest among those without the tow or without a draft. So Team Penske showing up in force here. 227.6 for Simon Pagenaud.
I didn't ask you how I looked. I said I was fixing my hair. Connor Daly is driving. Ready. 3, 2. 43%. Connor Daly is driving at over
Joseph Newgarden back out on the race course. Joseph Newgarden, the number 21, Century 21 machine for CFH Racing. Newgarden, last time by, 223.7 miles an hour, 223.7 for Joseph Newgarden.
backup car or in a Team Penske backup car. Turning laps in the 224 bracket. 224.348 is his best. .687 laps have been turned in by the drivers and cars today. We have had on track 32 cars. The 33rd of Juan Pablo Montoya is on pit lane. Simon Pagenaud quickest. Over 227 miles an hour as Helio comes back in. 227.628, the best from Simon Pagenaud. Carpenter second at 227.422. There's the 98 of Gabby Chavez. Like to thank all you fans for coming out on this very pleasant day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tomorrow, the cars will be given extra boost as they prepare to qualify for the 500 on Saturday, with the shootout among the top 9 drivers on Saturday going for the top 9 starting positions, including the pole on Sunday. Chavez running laps in the 222.3 range. Turned the most laps today, Tristan Vautier in car number 19, 60 laps. He's preparing to qualify that car this coming weekend, but the car in the race will be driven by James Davison, who has another racing commitment this weekend, taking him away from the speedway. So Vautier will be qualifying the car. This is Scott Dixon, who has the 3rd fastest speed of the day. The 2nd fastest without the draft. Dixon 227.145. best lap, 224.512 last time around. Tagliani in the 48 car for A.J. Foyt Racing. Also moves up on the speed chart. His 26 fastest at 223.620. Watching Stefano Coletti go down the backstretch in car number 4. He had a top 10 finish in the Angie's List Grand Prix of Indianapolis last weekend. Started 10th and finished in 8th position. That's been his best finish of the year in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Juan Pablo Montoya now on the racetrack for Team Penske. And very quickly up to the fourth fastest speed of the day, 226.462 for Juan Pablo Montoya. Alex Tagliani right behind Brian Clausen as they enter turn number 3. Tagliani's car carries the number 48 from the A.J. Foyt Racing Stable in honor of Dan Gurney, who competed many years here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and in Formula One also. Dan carried the number 48 here at the track. And Tagliani just turned a 224.3. He started from pole in 2013. Make that 2011. He started from the pole position for Sam Schmidt Motorsports. Finished 28th that year. Best finish here at the 500 was in 2010. He finished 10th. Oriol Serbia passing Tagliani on the outside going into turn number 1. Clausen, Serbia, and Tagliani in this trio. Simon Pagenaud goes a little bit faster, 228.7 miles an hour. Pagenaud was fastest, and he upped it just a little bit more, 228.793. Gabby Chavez moves up, 225.597. Pagenaud's quick lap a few moments ago, 228.793, was without a toe. Sato at 226.290. We have a caution flag out, and it's for debris on the racetrack. Well, it gives us an opportunity to run down now the fastest speeds. Not too long ago, we had Pagenaud, Simon Pagenaud, going 228.793 for the fastest lap of the day. Ed Carpenter is second quick at 227.4 miles an hour. The third best, Scott Dixon, 227.1. Juan Pablo Montoya, 226.4. And Will Power at 226.3. In the second 5, 6 through 10, Sage Karam, Takuma Sato, Charlie Kimball, Carlos Munoz, and Tony Kanaan. The 11th best, Sebastian Bourdais. 12th, Ryan Hunter-Ray. 13th, James Jakes. 14th, Serbia. And 15th, Chavez. We've completed 811 laps in this practice, which began promptly at noon. Ryan Clausen has turned the most laps today of any other driver, 70. And on the speed chart, he is in 30th spot at 222.8. Good look at Graham Rahal. 33 cars, 29 are within a second of each other. Separation between Pagenaud and Carpenter, 1 and 2, is 23 100ths of a second.
Sounds of roaring vehicles, a true Indiana tradition. Rays leads the pack when it comes to the waste and recycling needs of Hoosier. We've teamed up with the Indianapolis.
Three minutes till we go back to green. 79? Yes, sir. Oh, okay. I wasn't there, was I?
Nope, you were out of town.
That figures.
We worked together, really enjoyed Kevin Conley. Kevin Conley was the timer for
Right.
Mario.
Yep.
And we all worked together at the local grocery in Georgetown.
Oh, okay.
And the old Andy was now like a big one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, spent years. Yeah, you weren't home at the time.
Yeah, that was the one on the lake on the we
one
had
on
a
the lake,
little
yeah.
terrace out there over the boathouse. Yeah. Fine. 1 minute. Green flag, here we go. Jack Hawksworth, car 41, comes down pit lane, so does Coletti. Like Graham Rahall's ready to go. Gabby Chavez comes down pit lane. Juan Pablo has a pretty good record here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's only raced here twice, has never finished outside the top 5. He won the race in his rookie year in 2000 after starting second. And then he rejoined the series last year for Team Penske and started 10th, finished in 5th position. Juan Pablo has gone to P2 with a lap of 227.478. 227.478 for Juan Pablo. He's second quick. Chavez and Oriol Servia working together at the south end. Power is back on the racetrack, the defending series champion. Will Power has the 5th best today, 226.368. Power was very close to his best of the day last lap. Let's see if he can better it this time. He did not. In fact, he dropped off about a mile an hour. De Silvestro and Bourdais together on the track. Off of 4 down the front stretch. Pagenaud is on the track. Best lap of the day, 225.9. He ran a 224.9 last time around. Bourdais passing De Silvestro at the end of the front stretch. At 225.7. 25.5 last lap for TK. Calabro, our chief, joins us here in the booth, and we're looking at some pretty fast speeds, and I have a feeling that between 5 and 6 we're going to have a lot of fun, and then tomorrow should be very, very interesting.
Yeah, it should be a great deal of fun, Bob. Fast Friday, going to give the drivers and teams a little extra boost. So that will be fun to see what that does with the speeds tomorrow. Bourdais at 225 last time by. I had a couple of meetings I had to go to, but I made a point to stop by the turn 3. Always like to sneak over there and sit out on the mound and watch the cars go by. Boy, what a great feeling to be out there and watch the pack of cars earlier today going fast.
It's just kind of hard to believe, isn't it, when you're standing right against the wall to see those cars fly by you, literally.
Gives you a fresh perspective of what these drivers actually go through just during a practice day. It's also good to see Simona back out on track earlier today.
Yep.
Had a chance to see her. She was all smiles. So we're still waiting to see what's happened with Pippa Mann and that ride after the accident yesterday. They've got that car rebuilt, so hopefully we'll see her out again.
We talked to her earlier this morning, and she was pretty optimistic about getting back out on track. And, of course, Helio jumped right back on the horse yesterday and is what today? He's 23rd quick, but 2:24.3.
Pretty, again, amazing to watch Castroneves yesterday get back on track that quickly. Very matter-of-factly. In fact, I had a chance to chat with him right when he climbed out of the car at 6 o'clock yesterday, and he was just very thankful that he was okay and able to get back doing what he loves to do best, going fast at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So it's Pagenaud, Montoya, a couple of Penske guys, Carpenter, Dixon, Power. Quite a speed show for the moment.
Watching Alex Tagliani on the racetrack, and you talk about a proud papa. He is a proud papa. He and Bronte celebrated their first child not too long ago.
He does. He just beams talking about that Eva, baby Eva. He's even carrying around his phone showing pictures of her. Watching him walk around just random people showing.
Yep.
Proud daddy. 48 car. Back to the warm-up lane there in turn 3. Montoya cruising through turn number 1. Got a yellow for debris on the race course. And it appears we're going to have a track inspection to go with it. Debris on the race course. One of the spotters sees something on the track they don't like, so we'll bring out the yellow as Montoya cranks the engine down, comes back along pit lane. 2:27.4 his best today. 33 drivers have been on course. 33 have been on course on the video boards, riding with the 10 car of Tony Kanaan. Saavedra back to the pits. The 6 car coming back to the pits as well. Hildebrand.
Freedom, and I love it. So it's cool to kind of have a catchy slogan that everyone seems to love on social media.
Speaking of social media, we've seen you, well, I've heard about this apron you have, this golf cart you have, so they've kind of hooked you up. What bacon-themed products do you have this month?
Yeah, we've got Smithfield Racing aprons. I've got Fueled by Bacon t-shirts. We've got the hog out here, which is a golf cart that looks like a pig. So we're going all out, and it's cool to have a sponsor like Smithfield embrace it like this and use it, and so it's cool.
Now into some kind of more serious stuff. How good does it feel to be back in a Verizon IndyCar after working so hard to get in one this year?
It feels good. I mean, we've got some, we've got a lot of work going on here and making the car better every day. So, I'm glad we have a week of practice. This is a tough place to get a handle on, and working with the Schmidt-Peterson guys has been great so far. So, just have to get more speed out of it every day, and then prepare for the race.
You showed your stuff at Long Beach earlier this season. Now you're showing your stuff here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Any prospects for the rest of the season?
I hope so. That would be great. All I know, though, is we've got a race in front of us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that's the first focus. So get through the 500 and see what happens.
All right, thanks, Connor. Good luck.
Thanks.
The sights and sounds of roaring vehicles, a true Indiana tradition. Rays leads the pack when it comes to the waste and recycling needs of Hoosiers. We teamed up with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to recycle as much as possible from racing festivities. Rays recycling bins are located all around the Speedway. Be a champion with Rays and the Speedway by recycling while enjoying the excitement. Racetrack's proud recycling partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Chevy Colorado. When you find new roads, you win Motor Trend's Truck of the Year.
How close can you get to the driver's seat? Where speed gives you chills. Every turn puts you on the edge of your seat. And settling for second is the last thing on anyone's mind. That's why Verizon is bringing you cutting-edge behind-the-visor technology, offering new ways to watch a sport that pushes technology at every turn. With in-car cameras, real-time dashboards, and live pit communication. Because watching IndyCar with anything less means settling for second best. Download the IndyCar 15 app free on the nation's largest, most reliable network, Verizon.
But if my friends ask where you are, I'm gonna say she went down in an airplane, flying, getting suntan, fell in a cement mix, so full of quicksand. Help me, I'm no good at the night. She made a shot.
1 minute away from reopening the world's greatest race course for practice on this big day. We appreciate you being here. Fast Friday coming at you tomorrow. Dave Calabro, Bob Jenkins hanging out at the Yard of Bricks. There's Tom Hansing back up there with the yellow flag, getting ready to give us the green. Hope you're having fun today. Green flag waving. Attention along pit lane. The track is hot once again. Green flag waves on a windy afternoon. Track temperatures warming up just a little bit, Bob. We've had that breeze nonstop the past couple of days.
It's been very comfortable today. It was a little cool this morning when we began at noon, but it's warmed up nicely and a very comfortable day. Let's hope we keep the rain away for the weekend.
Look at the pagoda if you're along the main straightaway. They were just lighting it up, signifying the green, which is kind of fun. That's also a safety measure for the drivers. They can actually see that coming down to turn number 4. They can have a new visual contact with that pagoda when we go green or yellow.
car. Hildebrand working at about 2:21.5. His best lap has been a 2:25.2 earlier today, car 6.
Earlier today, of course, involved in a fire 2 days ago. She's fine. The car's been repaired, and she's back after it. Simona out running laps in the moment. And strong wind down the main straightaway. They're in turn number 1 on the video boards. Simona, Gabby going to the backstretch. Serbia going out for some practice time. Tagliani going by with a smile on his face. days. He's been busy today. Tags turning in 22 laps, 224.5, the best for 48. And Alex Tagliani, wish him the best this weekend. Get ready for qualifications. Hope you'll make plans to be with us. All day of activity on Saturday. 9 shootout coming out on Sunday. Should be a great speed show throughout the weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Pagenaud's fastest lap of the day, 28.7, was done without a toe, so he could have very well been working on a qualification setup. But yeah, when they get the new boost, they get a little more horsepower. I don't know how many it is, but they will be faster tomorrow. And then going to be interesting to see how close we come to a track record on Saturday and Sunday.
Yep, going to be a great deal of fun coming up this weekend as testing continues till 6 o'clock tonight. We'll run noon to 6 again tomorrow for practice. Will Power moving up the charts. He's currently 5th. 226.8. That's a non-tow speed as well. He's running in clean air in that number one machine. Working the backstretch. 226 last time by. Let's watch him work it. Will Power. He can pick up the pace. Fastest lap of the day. Still belongs to Simon Pagenaud. 228.7. Power flashing by. 226.8 last time by. We're going to let Jerry Baker slide in and spend the afternoon with you, Bob Jenkins. Should be fun to see what happens here in the final couple hours of practice.
Always a fun time as we get later in the afternoon, and we'll see what happens here.
we going to do this live?
Of Newgarden down the back stretch, and Tony Kanaan here on the front stretch.
How many times have I been stood up? I don't really date. They're like,
We are at our mid-afternoon lull, it would seem. We'll run down the fastest speed so far today. Simon Pagenaud, the best, with a lap of 228.793. Then Juan Pablo Montoya, 227.4, and Ed Carpenter at 227.4. Scott Dixon has a lap of 227.1 miles an hour. Fifth quick is Will Power, 226.8. Then Tony Kanaan at 226.5. Sage Karam, 226.3. Sato, 226.2. And in the 10th position, also with a lap of 226.2, is Carlos Munoz. "1,005 laps completed today. And the driver who has turned the most laps, I believe, is going to be Brian Clausen. We'll see when our scoring monitor changes here. Brian Clausen has completed 78 laps. Stefano Coletti over 70. As both of those drivers work up to speed for tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
first win, 4 seasons. Everybody in the paddock was so happy. How does it feel to get that one after that? You know, it's kind of in the past now. And you know, it's you know. Oh, sorry. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We good? Alex Tagliani sat on the pole for the Indianapolis 500 back in 2011. He's back this year with AJ Foyt Enterprises. And Alex, your car is mocking kind of an Indianapolis 500 legend, Dan Gurney. What does that mean to you and AJ to have that 48 this season?
Well, I mean, those guys have a great relationship. They co-drove at Le Mans together. Delivery of the car is from Dan's IndyCar. And I read in the press that the last time Dan attended a race at the Speedway was 2011, and I was on the pole with a black and white car, so I was glad delivery was black and white. Yeah, and racing for AJ, there's a big legacy with the Foyt family here at the Speedway, so means a lot. Hopefully we can do well for them this weekend.
Hopefully that luck that Dan brought you back in 2011 can come back this season, but you've also got another good luck charm. You are a brand new dad, and you're honoring your daughter in a cool way with your helmet. I made you bring it out here. Tell me why you decided on this design for your daughter.
Well, it's pretty funny the way we ended up with Eva Rose. Bronte wanted to call our little boy, if it was a boy, Axel, and then I said, why we don't go with Axel Rose if it's a girl? And she says, we can't do that. Someone's name, Axel Rose, already pretty well known. I said, who's that? And she was laughing. So we went with Eva Rose, and obviously I never had flowers on my helmet, but nobody can really tease me about it because I have a good reason. So and she loves black and white. For some reason, my mom is having fun with her with a little mini checker flag, and she's attracted by the black and white, as probably a lot of the young kids, but hey, we're having fun with it, so hopefully she loves our car, and we can bring her a checker flag by the end of the month.
All right, thanks, Alex. Good luck to you in the Indy 500.
Thank you.
Number 5 car of Hinchcliffe out on the racetrack. Goes to Newgarden at the 21 machine, also out on the course right now. Ed Carpenter also turning some laps. He's the third quickest runner today at 227.422. 221.3 without a toe.
Tony Ganon talking it over with Sebastian Saavedra.
Over 1,000 laps turned today here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Over 1,000 every day the track has been open, so it's very, very busy. And I suspect, Bob, that it'll get a little busier as the day wears on, but tomorrow is going to be something extraordinary, something very special tomorrow when they kick the boost up in these babies.
Yeah, everybody here today, we hope will come back tomorrow and see the speeds go up and see how fast they will go perhaps on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday will determine the Fast 9, and then they will qualify again on Saturday, or on Sunday rather, and the 9 top positions will be determined, including the pole sitter.
That is Ed Carpenter run on the race course right now. He has been over 227. He's kind of warming up right now. Bob and I were talking a couple of days ago about the fact that he could become the first 3-time pole sitter in the history of the Speedway. Wouldn't that be something?
3 consecutive years. That will be quite an accomplishment. And the way he's been running this month, it could very well happen.
Cars powered by Chevrolet, still holding down the top 7 spots on the speed charts. If you go down to the number 8 spot, Takuma Sato, first Honda. He's been strong, Bob. He's put in a nice week or so of work out there.
Both of the Foyt cars, and now there are 3, of course, have been out with Tagliani joining Sato and Hawksworth, but both have been very strong as far as Honda power is concerned.
Hinchcliffe is the other car on the race course at the moment.
Simona de Silvestro has been very busy today, and she heads back out onto the racetrack. She's 24th fastest with 224.3. On board with James Hinchcliffe. Was 222.6 by Hinchcliffe. Sounded like he backed out of it at the end of the front stretch.
Not sure we mentioned this, Bob, but Buddy Lazier's car has made its first appearance at the north end of the pits. Nice to see Buddy back.
Yeah, we talked with him earlier today. He's very excited about getting into the car. They're on what they call a short program, meaning that the lease on the engine is good for only late in the week until the 500. And that's the reason we have not seen him on the track yet, but hopefully within the next 2 hours we will have a Buddy Lazier sighting on the track. the Autosport drivers are working together. Justin Wilson and Simona de Silvestro. Drivers goes out. Carlos Munoz will be on the track shortly. Townsend Bell rolls away in car 24. Carpenter back out there, and Carlos Huertas in number 18 will be out shortly. Corner number 4 was able to pass Huertas.
Four o'clock numbers. The air temp is 71. Track temp is 105. 71 air temp, 105 on the track. The wind direction from the south at about 4 miles per hour. We've got to deal with the wind almost every day. That's not bad right now.
Huertas back for his second year here at the Speedway. Last year he won a race in the Verizon IndyCar Series at Houston, one of the 2 races held there last year. fourth fastest traveler today. Scott Dixon on the track. Best lap 227.196.
Bob, I'm just noticing James Hinchcliffe's been kind of busy today. He's been in 2 cars.
Yeah.
He's out in his own car, the number 5. In fact, he just came by us now and pitted just south of the start-finish line, then out in the 43 car of Connor Daly. We see that from time to time, so it's not really a big shock. Somebody says, let's jump in that car and see how it feels to me.
Yeah, often a driver who has competed here more than the regular driver will jump in the car and make recommendations on how to make it go for a little bit faster.
Scott Dixon out on the racetrack.
A little over 2:22 for Scott last time by.
Just rolled by the 1100 lap mark for the day. 1100. reference to Kumasato a couple of moments ago, and his car is being towed to the north end of the pit area right now. Number 18 machine for A.J. Foyt. Dixon still out on the track. Scott running 2:23.011 last time.
Helio Castroneves is back on the racetrack. His best speed of the day at 224.3, 23rd fastest.
Have a yellow flag for a track inspection at the moment. So, as Bob mentioned, as Helio goes out, why, he'll come right back in. Rolling to the north end of the pit area, the 48 car of AJ Foyt Enterprises. It'll be driven this year by Alex Tagliani. Alex looking to make his 7th start. If you go back a few years, back to 2011, he started from the front row, in fact, on the pole. So Alex Tagliani in the 48 car. We'll see him out shortly. In the meantime, we're going to have a track inspection. We're going to sweep the track. That'll take a little while, and we'll just kind of get you up to speed. So far today, 1,134 laps have been turned. Simon Pagenaud, the quickest of the day, at 228.793. There are 4 cars in excess of 227 miles per hour, including Juan Pablo Montoya, Ed Carpenter, Scott Dixon, all over the 227 mark. Now, right down in front of us here, the 11 machine of Sebastian Bourdais for KBSH Racing, also being towed to the north end. So with about an hour and a half of practice to go, things could get kind of busy here in the next few minutes. We're delighted to have you here today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Enjoy yourself. Beautiful day.
gonna be my girl?
This fast, you need tools that are this good. Lincoln Electric supplies all of the car needs with welding equipment, reliable enough to get the best performance every time, so the drivers can do their best on the track. Lincoln welders are in IndyCar's garage.
Yellow flag in the air. We're just moments away from going back to green flag activity. In fact, we're 1 minute away. 1 minute. Here's the green flag. We're back to green flag on track activity.
Little 19th nervous breakdown there by the Stones, and you can see them live here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on July 4th. Tickets are on sale right now.
And that song might apply to an awful lot of the drivers, owners, and teams out here today. 19th nervous breakdown.
That's right. During that track inspection, we also had, as you might have noticed, some sweepers on the track, and that is in anticipation of a very busy next 90 minutes. They want to make sure that the track is clear of any debris or marbles, as they call them, which come off the tires, so that they'll have a nice racetrack to see what they can do in the last 90 minutes of practice.
Just before we went yellow, Bob, you had just mentioned that Helio was getting ready to go back out onto the racetrack. He has been out some 25 laps today in the 3T. That's the backup car. He's run 2:24.3 in the backup machine today after that incident yesterday. You were here. That was kind of a frightening situation.
It was. I could see that we went to the shot live just as the car was turning back over onto its wheels, so I knew that he had somehow flipped over, but I didn't know exactly that it was going to be as bad as it was. That thing got way up in the air and then came down on the roll bar before flipping back onto its wheels. But the good news is that Helio wasn't hurt, and neither was Pippa Mann late yesterday afternoon when she had a problem up in turn 4. Helio has moved up to a lap over 226 miles an hour. He becomes the 11th fastest today, 226.084. See what I mean about getting busy? A lot of cars leaving pit lane. Very consistent laps by Helio at 226.0. Jack Hawksworth with Tagliani down the backstretch.
also on the racetrack, running up just over 221 that last time around, 221.8, getting up to speed. He's been over 225 today, 14th quick.
Three of the Andretti Autosport drivers together on the track. There are two of them, Simona and Munoz. Munoz passing both Hunter Ray and Wilson.
That was the 1,200th lap that's been turned today. 1,200 in the books.
Takuma Sato now slingshotting around Munoz.
Wow, the wind is picking up here at the start-finish line. And we had a look at the radar a couple of moments ago, and we're showing some showers out to the southwest coming in our. In fact, there it is right there, coming kind of in our direction. It's still a long way away down to the Bedford Bloomington area, but nonetheless, there's some activity down there. So we could get a lot of activity in a hurry here.
Yeah, they forecast possibility of some late afternoon showers. But I think they're going to stay away until we can get our practice finished here at 6 o'clock.
Nice to see Simona de Silvestro back on the racetrack after her incident of a few days ago when the car caught on fire. She was not injured, thank goodness, but she's back out there now, Bob. They got that machine put back together again.
Yeah, she was out earlier today and has been turning a lot of laps actually out there today. She has 60 laps afternoon.
Looks like Clausen has turned the most at 78 today.
Helio Castroneves back turning some laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway after a wreck yesterday.
Very good, I have to say. I'm not like feeling any first of all, the guys were able to, the Shell V-Power Nitro Plus guys did a great job. Yesterday we were able to
Charlie Kimball at the back of this line of cars.
Jimmy, I think you should coin that term, Helio.
yeah, I don't know how it come up, but I tell you what.
That's Ed Carpenter passing Simona de Silvestro. Sebastian Bourdais is also trailing this foursome.
We certainly, I feel very confident. It's like nothing happened, you know. So we just want to make sure that we're ready for tomorrow.
Helio turned 31 laps today in your fastest lap at 226 mile an hour. Helio, glad to see you back and feeling okay.
Charlie Kimball just turning his quickest lap of the day at 226 plus. Kimball in the 83 car, 226.449. Simon Pagenaud's going back onto the racetrack. He has the quickest lap so far today at 228.7.
Helio Castroneves back turning some laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How are you feeling, first of all?
Well, very good. I have
Marco Andretti's car being towed to the north end of the pit area. Expect to see the 20. Expect momentarily. Simon Pagenaud, Bob, not wasting much time. He was out, we just mentioned a couple of laps ago, already running in excess of 224, 224, 423, now 226, 144. He's finding speed in a hurry.
Everybody's going around Coletti as they come off of corner number 4. Some really tight stuff there. Is Simon Pagenaud running in this group of cars.
Pagenaud up over 227 now, 227, 449. About a mile and a half slower than his quickest lap of the day.
short period of time. So I tried to get sitting at home on the couch like any fan. So I sit up in the seat a little bit more when I watch the race. For two reasons. One, but two, always the competitive side of me trying to pick up the real results as I come into the month of May. So I got to be careful, though. You criticize a few of the guys as an analyst, then you're going to see the
Sage Karam has jumped to number 2 on the speed charts at 227.683. His last trip around the 2.5, 227.6 for Sage.
From all indications, he may be a contender for one of the Fast 9 on Saturday. He has been very, very fast in the last 3 days.
He has been 6th quick today, Bob, without a toe at 226.3. So that would put him in the Fast 9.
Yep. Ed Carpenter comes back in after several laps on the racetrack running with other cars.
Scott Dixon has turned his top lap at 227.634. 227.634 for the 9 car of Scott Dixon. White red machine, 3rd quick for the day. And Graham Rahal at 226.941. Stefano Coletti finds some speed. Running 225.3 last trip.
Some great passing going on out there in the corners. Short shoot, straightaway, anywhere. This is Graham Rahal passing Takuma Sato.
Charlie Kimball's best, 2:27, 2:09 at the 83 car, 6th quick for the day.
But he is in the draft, and the speed is 11th best with no draft.
It's about an 8-car pack going by there, Bob, and they're each in each other's draft, so we're going to get some speeds that are a little bit skewed faster. Pagenaud at 2:22, Karam at 2:26, Dixon running 2:24. Dixon decides he's had enough. He's coming back into the pits. Meanwhile, the activity on the track continues. Bob, are you about ready?
In about 18, no, make that 15 seconds, I will be.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is happy hour, 5 o'clock in Indianapolis, the last hour of practice.
You just can't wait to do that, can you?
That's what I wait all day for.
Justin Wilson over 2:26. His best lap of the day, moved up a couple of spots on the leaderboard. Wilson 2:26, 4:52. 10th quick for the day. He had the 25 machine.
Pagenaud comes back in. Still on top of the chart. Sage Karam is also pulling off the racetrack into the warm-up lane. And Buddy Lazier goes onto the track for the first time.
Over 1,500 laps today. Once again, well over 1,000 each day of practice so far. So the Buddy Lazier arrival gives us 34 cars that have been on the track today.
Connor Daly in car number 43 leaves the pits. Yellow. Track inspection is needed.
So a track inspection underway. Just sitting here, Bob, watching Buddy Lazier go around and just trying to kind of visualize, or in my own mind think what he must be going through right now. Here's a guy who shows up with a very limited team. You talk about one-car team, so this is really a one-car team right here with Lazier Partners Racing. Hasn't been on the track since a year ago, and what must be going through his head right now?
Yeah, I don't know. There's no question that he knows how to get around this place, and I remember last year it took him very, very few laps to get the car up to speed. I'm sure that's the way it's going to be this year too, but with the short program that he is on, this is the first time that he's been able to get onto the racetrack, and we'll keep an eye on him to see how he is doing.
So as we mentioned, 34 cars have been out. We've turned laps the bracket of 1,526 today. Simon Pagenaud still the best at 228.7. I'm really not surprised. Yesterday you had cars running in the 230 bracket, a car in the 230 bracket. I'm not surprised today because what the situation is you're just trying to get maybe settled in, because tomorrow you're going to get more boost. Saturday you're going to have more boost, and that's going to change things. So you want to get some homework done today.
That's a good word for it, yes. And somebody who had a very interesting day yesterday, crashing, scaring all of us, but then getting in a backup car later in the day and turning a lap over 226 miles an hour. Let's have an interview with Helio Castroneves.
Helio Castroneves back turning some laps here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway after a wreck yesterday. Helio, how are you feeling, first of all?
Well, very good. I have to say, very surprising. Good, because I'm not sore. I'm not feeling any jibbity-dibbity, whatever how you call. Actually, I was really good. I was very glad that, first of all, the guys were able to, the Shelby Power Nitro Plus guys did a great job putting the car together yesterday. We're able to run today, the same thing. We just want to make sure we check everything is going fine with the air kits, not only from the race, but the quality. So right now, just give those guys a rest. They've been working really hard.
Shibbity-dibbity, I think you should coin that term, Helio.
Yeah, I don't know how it come out, but I tell you what, we're going to be ready for tomorrow.
How does a driver recover from a wreck like that mentally?
Well, it's interesting because certainly this place is very difficult. It's a lot of mind things, but we know what we did, and that's why we just got to go out there and do not do the same thing. But we certainly, I feel very confident. That's why every time I jump in the car, it's like nothing happened, you know. But you got to, the race is still very dangerous, and there is a lot of unpredictable errors. So we just want to make sure that we're ready for tomorrow because qualifying is next.
Helio turned 31 laps today in your fastest lap at 226 mile an hour. Helio, glad to see you back.
Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Check.
I can't wait for the day, Bob, when somebody asks Helio, how you feeling? And he says, not so good. I mean, this guy is unbelievable.
And if he can't think of the proper term, he just makes something up like jibbity-dibbity, and I like that.
That's cool. I think we ought to put that on the side of the car. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know if any of you fans have seen the video, both from the in-car cockpit cameras and from the outside cameras that of that incident yesterday, but it's quite sensational. Our cameras here at the track have just done remarkable jobs. This is a replay from yesterday coming up right here. This is down in turn number 1. Now what's this? And as he just told you, I feel fine. Let's take another look at another replay. And here it is coming right at you.
Boy, when the back end of that car got up, the wind got under it, and it was getting a lot of air coming down, and then boom, right on the roll bar and flipping over onto the wheels.
Now let's go in the cockpit, Bob. Here we go.
Unfortunately, the in-car camera did not survive.
So anyway, that was Helio yesterday, and you see what he's doing. A typical pull those hands up against your chest.
Brace yourself, yep. He was in the car for quite a while, and I thought, oh my goodness, he's injured in some way. But then after gathering himself up, he climbed out of the car, walked over to the emergency vehicle, and there he is.
And again, this is from yesterday. Got to make sure your hair is okay, though, too. So,
yeah, that was the incident from yesterday.
So anyway, again, our thanks to our crew, both audio crew and video crew here at the track. They put in long days and do terrific work for us. There's some really good stuff. Let's look at the museum down at the south end of the speedway between turns 1 and 2. And, of course, the museum is open. And now we're getting an indication with the flag of the air. 3 minutes before we go back to activity on the course. And we are about 46, 47 minutes away from the finish time here for the day. And the wind has picked up a little bit, Bob, so we'll see what happens in the final practice moments here. James Jake's car. There's the yellow flag in the air, and working our way down to the final few minutes. Official time to go, about 49 minutes. Safety cars working their way off the track, back to their respective positions around the speedway. That's another issue, Bob, that we chatted about a couple of days ago when we had the fires. And yesterday, as you noticed on the replay from Helio's situation, before he's finished moving, the safety crew is right there.
It's the way it's always been here at the Speedway, and I know the drivers are very much appreciative of the fact that they get there so quickly to ascertain what has happened and if the driver has been injured in any way. Charlie Kimball's onboard camera. We are 1 minute away from opening the track once again. Another legend here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Dario Franchitti. Great to see him back here at the track. He and Tony Kanaan and Sebastian Saavedra engaged in conversation. Green flag is out. The track is once again open for practice. Mass exit from pit lane onto the 2.5 miles of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This final 47 or 8 minutes should be quite interesting. Joseph Newgarden and J.R. Hildebrand lead this group down the backstretch. Looks like that Newgarden will come in. Hildebrand stays out in sixth. It's Oriol Servia in the yellow car. Wow, lots of traffic here on the front stretch. That was awesome.
The top 7 drivers, speed-wise for the day, are back on the race course right now. The top 7 of the day are out there running.
I think we have over 20 cars on the racetrack. Simon Bourdais. Sebastian Bourdais passing Alex Tagliani there.
Best lap of the day for Simon Bourdais. 2:27.342. 2:27.342. Bourdais.
This is James Jakes on board camera. Yellow. And we have a car that has flipped over. It is the 21 of Joseph Newgarden.
And it's over on its side. There's that safety crew out there in a hurry.
That is Joseph Newgarden standing there. He's out of the car.
Wow. Nice round of applause with the crowd here along the start-finish line.
Well deserved.
Wow.
He's shaken up. There's no question about that. Man, oh man, that car is a mess.
As you saw, Ed Carpenter, one of the co-owners of that team for which Joseph Newgarden drives, CFH Racing.
Once again, the incident happening at the south end of the racetrack.
I can't remember, Bob, the last time I saw a car end up like that. We've seen them upside down and things of that nature, but
yeah.
The crew getting it back on all fours as best they can.
Wow. Newgarden had just turned a lap at 2:04.9, so he was not at full speed, but the debris field that he left behind is significant. Here's a replay.
Just lost it.
And it's just very similar to what happened to Helio yesterday. Wind got under the back of the car and flipped it over. Here it is again. And he was running by himself, and a front end impact into the outside wall. From a third angle. Very similar to the way Helio's looked, except this stayed on its side and didn't flip back over on all fours.
And there's an up close and personal look at the damage to that 21 car. Of course, the great news is that Joseph Newgarden out of the car, visibly shaken. And we're going to be getting to the medical center as soon as we can to check on the condition. Oh, that thing is really torn up.
It sure as the world is.
You're right, Bob. That was very similar to Helio's situation yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, Helio's first impact with the outside wall was at the back end of the car. Joseph hit almost head on, and then the back end of the car got air, and over it went. Well, he recorded his first victory in the Verizon IndyCar Series not too long ago at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, and had been performing so well here in practice.
He's had a nice year, Bob, finishing 12th, 9th, 7th, then a win in the race down in Alabama, and then 20th in the Grand Prix a week ago out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Trying to qualify for his fourth 500. Last year started 8th and finished 30th. 156 laps completed, had contact in the race a year ago. But nothing like that. Look at that thing. So again, we're under a yellow flag for a crash, single car incident involving the 21 machine, Joseph Newgarden for CFH Racing.
Sometimes the best used car on the road is the one you're still using. Firestone Complete Auto Care. Whatever you drive, drive the Firestone.
you get to the driver's seat, where speed gives you chills. Every turn puts you on the edge of your seat, and settling for second is the last thing on anyone's mind. That's why Verizon is bringing you cutting-edge behind-the-visor technology, offering new ways to watch a sport that pushes technology at every turn, with in-car cameras, real-time dashboards, and live pit communication. Because watching IndyCar with anything less means settling for second best. Download the IndyCar 15 app free on the nation's largest, most reliable network, Verizon.
Tell your guy
The indications are we're 3 minutes away from going back to on-track activity. 3 minutes away.
Final cleanup going on there at the south end of the racetrack. We do have a reporter and a camera back at the Emergency Medical Center, so when we get any information at all on Joseph Newgarden, we'll pass it along, but he did get out from under the car and appeared to have no serious injuries.
We are told 1 minute. 1 minute. Sarah Hildebrand heading over to the medical area. That's the first stop when you have an incident here at the Speedway. That's the first place they're going to take you. You may feel fine, but they want to take a look at you. And we are green with right at 25 minutes of practice time remaining today. 25 minutes. Sage Karam heads out to the race course. Tony Kanan is out there. Oriol Servia, Ryan Hunter Ray, Debbie Chavez, Tristan Vautier, Jack Hawksworth, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden. They're all on the racetrack right now. Well, that's true. Newgarden is not on the racetrack yet. It's shown him out there, but that's the reason he hasn't crossed the start-finish line just yet, so the transponder still shows him on the racetrack. Andretti's best effort so far, 227 plus. .227, 297, 8 quick for the day for the 27 car of Marco Andretti. Tony Kanaan at 227. plus, likewise, dropped down to 225 that time around. And Justin Wilson at the 25 machine at 227, 113. Connor Daly working his way up to speed, Bob, at 225.7. We're seeing some increases out there right now.
We are indeed. They're probably toe speeds, but bragging rights are up for grabs.
Connor Daly's over 226, almost 227, 226, 867. The 43 car of Connor Daly. And Servia and Chavez leading this group of cars through turn 2. Jack Hawksworth of the blue car now finding some speed also. 43-41 car over 225.448. The top 10 speeds are all over 227 miles an hour today. 227 plus. Top 32 cars today are separated by less than a second. Joseph Newgarden is out of the care center. And we should hear from Joseph at any moment. Appears to be somewhat worse for the wear, but all right apparently. Sage Karam turning laps in excess of 225. You made reference to him a few moments ago, Bob. He has been very, very strong, being very consistent the last couple of days. Sage Karam, the number 8 machine. Best lap of the day is 227.683. 10th of a second behind the top speed of the day, turned in by Simon Pagenaud. And 15 minutes to go in this practice session. 15 minutes remain in this session.
Connor Daly and Jack Hawksworth went through the corner side by side there in 3.
Well, Mr. Munoz is moving into the number 2 spot on the speed charts today, 227.9. He's just turned a lap at 227.932. Munoz, car 26. Now Munoz over 228 miles an hour. Munoz 228.126. Munoz is the young man who put the 230 mark on the wall yesterday. So not really a surprise, I suppose. He is back into the pits, maybe hanging it up for the day. We have 12 minutes of practice time remaining. And we are yellow for a track inspection. And with only 11 and a half minutes of practice time remaining, we'll see if we can get the track reopened again. And again, we're waiting to hear from Joseph Newgarden. Good news is, Bob, he's able to even talk to us right now.
Boy, so thankful of that.
Really a busy day here at the Speedway. 1,939 laps officially in the book. Had some yellow time today, a little over an hour of yellow time.
All right, let's go back to the Emergency Medical Center in the infield of the Speedway and see what Joseph Newgarden has to say.
Just a tough hit. Obviously, we got around pretty early in turn one. Not sure yet. I mean, I'd like to get back to my guys and, talk things over and see what the damage is. And I'm sure it's not good, but just figure it out a little better myself. I'm fresh out of it, so I don't know anything yet myself. It felt big. It felt like a big hit. Not anything that you want to be doing around here. So it's the first one I've had here, but I guess it's inevitable. It's going to happen, and it's not fun when it does. I can tell you that. So just trying to pick ourselves up and get back going again. It's never fun for the whole team. I feel bad that we did that in the Section 21 car, but hopefully we can get things back on program and just roll forward again.
Well, I'm just delighted, Bob, that he can even, here's a replay of it again. Take a look at this one and watch him get airborne here. I'm just happy from a fan standpoint that he's okay, because that was scary. You could see the cockpit protecting him, but the left side is literally down on the race course.
Yep. Here it is from the short shoot camera.
If you've ever watched drivers get into the cars and watch the assistants strap them in, Bob, that's one of the reasons why right there.
Exactly. Well, he was out almost before the safety team arrived. Obviously was shaken up there, but he's okay.
You ever had the wind knocked out of you?
Yeah.
You just think, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, of course, he's going 200-plus miles an hour and smacks that wall. And I'm sure the wind was gone, and he was trying to recuperate from that. So we are delighted that Joseph Newgarden's okay.
Race cars can be replaced or repaired. We're glad that Joseph is okay.
Well, I'm not sure, Bob, we're going to get much more on-track activity. We'll see. We still have just under 8 minutes time remaining, so we'll keep an eye on the starter stand. They want to give these drivers as much opportunity as possible to use the track and get ready for tomorrow. You might explain, Bob, to the fans who are still here, tomorrow's going to be one of those really hectic Fast Friday days.
Yeah, it's Fast Friday because the cars will get more horsepower because they get more boost from the turbocharger. So as they prepare for qualifying on Saturday and Sunday, tomorrow will be the day that they take some downforce out of the car and try to go as fast as they can in preparation for Saturday and Sunday. So it would be a great idea if you can possibly get out here tomorrow to enjoy Fast Friday. Again, the track will open at 12 noon and remain open until 6 o'clock. At the conclusion of practice, weather permitting, back on the stage in the plaza area, we will have the draw for qualifying positions. Everybody will get one chance that draws tomorrow night, and we will, of course, determine also the order in which they will go out.
At this moment, Bob, you got to believe that Simon Pagenaud has got to be one of the favorites. He ran a 2:27.628 today, unaided, and that was number one on the chart. Overall, if you go back when he's running in a group, 2:28.793, kind of throw that number aside, as you have pointed out. And Scott Dixon right behind him at 2:27.196. A couple of names that you might want to keep an eye on tomorrow.
Absolutely. The third fastest without aerodynamic help was Will Power. Fourth was Tony Kanaan, and fifth was Juan Pablo Montoya.
Now we're giving a sign that we have 3 minutes till we go back to green, and we only have 6 minutes left in this session. So we'll see how many drivers want to take advantage of the final 3 minutes of practice session here today. Simona de Silvestro, you made reference to her being out a lot, turned in 97 laps today, 93 by Oriol Servia, but Carlos Munoz, 103. That's half a race.
Yeah. Busy boy. Here's Marco, ready to go out again.
Signal from the starting stand, 1 minute.
We are green. Track is once again open for practice. Less than 3.5 minutes to go. Tony Kanaan and Will Power here on the front stretch. 1 minute to go. 1 minute. There is the end of the session. Checkered flag is waving from the starter stand, and we have completed another day of practice for the 500-mile race.
The total laps for the day, 1,994. Pagenaud, the quickest for the day, at 228.793. Bob, we ought to check the top five, I suppose, for the fans. Mr. Munoz second on the speed charge today. Got that late in the session today.
Yep.
Sage Karam third at 227.6 after Munoz's 228.1. Scott Dixon 227.6. Tony Kanaan at 227.5. What do you think about tomorrow? What's your expectations?
I think we will see speeds in the low 230s. I think if everything is right, we might see 234 maybe. That may be a little bit higher, but then they'll achieve. But it will be very exciting, I guarantee you that, with speeds higher than they have been all week.
So tomorrow, another busy day. We thank you for visiting the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Another busy day tomorrow, and then, of course, qualifications on Saturday and again on Sunday. So for Bob Jenkins, I'm Jerry Baker. The rest of our crew, we thank them for their terrific job today. We'll see you again tomorrow here at IMS.
go ahead and get started with today's Verizon IndyCar Series media availability. We are pleased to be joined by two of our French contingencies represented very strong here today. Joined by Simon Pagenaud driving the number 22 for Team Penske. Simon, just talk us through a little bit about your program today and the things that you ran through.
Yeah, today was a really good day for the Avaya car. We've been focusing on understanding what the car does in qualifying runs. So we started our day, focusing on that basically, and very, very happy to see the preparation of Team Penske and how fast the 22 car is. So far so good. I mean, there's always and there's still a lot of work to do. We are happy, but we can be happier. So we're going to keep working on that. And then at the end of the day, we did some pack running, and once again, I'm very happy so far. You know, the thing is, what's difficult, and I'm going to be super honest. I'm going to try to be more honest. I'm just going to be more relaxed with you guys now. Anyways, the trick is it's really cold right now, so you get more downforce because the air is so thick. We know it's going to be warmer in the race, and that's what makes it tricky because you're trying to understand what the car is going to do in the race. And it's definitely going to be warmer, so trickier, and that's what we're trying to understand.
What are your thoughts so far on the speeds we've seen? Obviously, yesterday was a little bit faster, but your impressions of the general speeds we can expect, maybe even tomorrow and later in qualifying?
Well, it's going to be really fast, that's for sure. I mean, it's already really, really fast. Just in even an auto lap is really fast in qualifying runs. So, probably qualifying, I would expect to see a 2:33, 2:34 maybe average. So it's going to get pretty fast pretty soon.
Also joined by Tristan Vautier, who hopped in the number 19 Dale Coyne Racing Honda today. Tristan, I think a few of us were not only surprised to see your name, but also glad. Just tell us a little bit about the program that you've entered with Dale Coyne Racing and the situation that you'll be put in this weekend.
Oh, well, actually, yeah, it all came together last minute, but we had been talking about it for quite a while. We had set that if James's deal will come through, I will qualify the car. So it was not really a surprise for me, but more of a long wait to wait until everything was confirmed. But no, it's really cool. I was happy to get back in an IndyCar. It's been a year and a half now, and the first 2 or 3 laps were kind of weird, but it came back pretty quickly. So really cool. It was cool to actually had Simon on the track with me for quite a while. It reminded me of the Schmidt days. So no, it was fun.
You have experience in these cars in the past, obviously, but a lot of new things that you were exposed to today, the new aero kits and a lot of new faces in the series. What were your first impressions?
It feels pretty similar, the way the car reacts and everything. I wonder if it's as forgiving as with the older kit. We've not really been fully trimmed out and completely on the limit yet. So, but yeah, we've seen maybe quite a few more crashes than the other years in practice. So maybe the car is a bit less forgiving, but honestly, it was very close to the feel I had when I drove here with Schmidt-Peterson.
Perfect. We'll open up for questions. Yes, Wolfgang.
Simon, a question for you. You said earlier, I tried to explain, when it's colder, the air is thicker and then you have more downforce. But overall, is it not better? I mean, you have more oxygen in the air and then you have more cooling for all the other components in the car?
Right now it's better, yes. So that's what I'm trying to, figure out. I'm trying to anticipate the conditions. Apparently on qualifying day it's going to be about 79, 80 degrees. Right now we're seeing 70, 72. That's perfect condition right now. But you want to get it perfect you want to get the balance of the car perfect for qualifying day. It might be more difficult. So you really need to identify what are your problems now because they're going to become bigger on qualifying day. So that's pretty much what's going on.
Simon, talk a little bit about, there's been 2 unbelievable accidents. Yesterday, Helio, and today, Joseph Newgarden. Just talk about what happened and in your mind, and are these cars safe?
Yeah, these cars are safe. IndyCar is always trying to make it safer. I mean, at the end of the day, we're going past 230 miles an hour at the entry of the corner. So, it's always going to be, if you have a crash, it's always going to be a big crash. That's all I can say. Obviously, it's still early days. I just got out of my race car. I can't really comment for Joseph's crash. I can't comment for Helio's crash either. I don't know what were the situations. So, it's too difficult for me to say, and I'm not really in that position. The car seems plenty safe because both drivers came out unscratched. So, the first thing Helio did is adjust his hair and his suit. So that's pretty amazing.
Any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you. Oh, yes, Matt.
Sorry, guys. Looking ahead to the race next Sunday and looking at these crashes so far, you kind of touched on it a little bit, but do you expect with this new package and with the cars seeming to be a little bit more unstable than without the aero kits, that maybe the race day in these big packs could be a little bit more combustible?
I think you'll see similar racing to the past 2 years. I think it's still going to be pretty close racing and a lot of passing for the lead. The cars draft really well still, but certainly it seems to be difficult at times when you get turbulences. So it's quite frankly it's still difficult to say. We haven't been in warm temperature yet, so I think it's going to be good racing though.
Yes, Tim.
Simon, sorry I got in here late, but I was just asking you, what is the level of concern now having two Chevys get backwards and sort of airborne the last couple of days?
Yeah, what I was saying is, obviously we're going past 230 miles an hour, so when you're going to crash, it's going to be big, right? But I can't comment on those crashes. I mean, I just got out of the race car. Obviously, it's not a pretty sight, but both drivers came out of the car with no injuries, and that just shows the improvement IndyCar's made on safety, and that's what we need to remember. It's a very positive note.
And can I follow up? What is your take on the pursuit of 235? I mean, do y'all need that?
Well, fast is fun. If do we want to break record? That's the thing. I think it's the evolution of time. Record is meant to be broken. But there's different ways to do it, for sure. Right now, we're trying to do it with aero. We'll see if it works, but it's certainly a lot of fun right now, let me tell you that.
Simon, you mentioned safety. After last year's season, did IndyCar or maybe Dallara or maybe both consult drivers and you put proposals on how to make this car safer, or you had no input into this new car?
Yes, there's a driver association in place, and we have a lot of communication with IndyCar. Actually, the communication is really strong, and yeah, there's 3 drivers representative, and we always meet together, the drivers, and try to help with input. But at the end of the day, it's IndyCar series. It's IndyCar's decision to do what they want to do, but they really listen to the drivers, and it works really well hand in hand.
Any final questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.